コメントシートへのご記入をお願いいたします。配信でご観戦いただいている皆様は、本大会 Twitter アカウントおよび YouTube にて共有しておりますコメントシートへのご記入をお願いいたします。それでは今しばらくお待ちください。 Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to start the prepared speech session of this contest. The speakers will enter this hall. Please stand up and welcome them with a big round of applause. Next, the distinguished judges will enter this hall. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. Your seats. Now, I would like to start the prepared speech session. First of all, I would like to explain the rules for this session. Each speaker has 8 minutes to deliver his or her speech. If the delivering time exceeds 8 minutes, the speaker will be asked to stop delivering his or her speech, and he or she will be penalized by 1 rank. After the speaker finishes the presentation, we will have a question and answer session for 3 minutes. The questioner, Mr. Tamura, will ask questions to each speaker based on the contents of his or her speech. Speakers will be allowed to answer questions asked within 3 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, now let us start the first session of the prepared speeches. Now, let us welcome the first speaker of this contest. The first speaker is Mr.Tatsumi Hasegawa, representing Waseda University. But unfortunately, we will skip his speech due to absence. Now, let us welcome the second speaker of this contest. The second speaker is Ms.Mao Tominaga, representing Hosei University. The title of her speech is No Monthly Symptoms, No Growth Secret. No monthly symptoms, no growth secret. Now, Ms. Tominaga, please come up to the stage and lead us to your open world. Thank you, Masters of Ceremonies and honorable judges. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. 9 years. Can you guess what number is this? The total length of years in a lifetime that women endured severe symptoms because of the period. We don't learn enough at school, and we don't have correct knowledge. Therefore, I took it for granted to put up with the sharp knife-like pain until today. Today, I am here as a mentor to persuade you to have correct knowledge about the period. Will you continue to endure the symptoms until it ends? Will you just keep looking when your precious friend, partner, or family member is suffering from severe symptoms? After listening to my speech, whether you have a period or not, I hope everyone can change your mind about the period and lead a comfortable life. The problem is that you don't have correct knowledge about the period. What is the pill for? Is it normal to endure pain in bed every month? Can you answer all these questions correctly? Due to the lack of knowledge, it is impossible to determine whether your symptoms are normal or abnormal. Therefore, you can't take care of yourself correctly. Will you waste your time enduring the pain for a total of about 9 years? A normal period is a state in which you can live as usual. However, according to the Japanese Society of Endometriosis, it was reported that there are 9 million people with dysmenorrhea in Japan. Dysmenorrhea is the medical term for painful symptoms that occur during the period. It has been found in about 1 out of every 5 women. Moreover, in 2022, over 60% of women experience some form of PMS, premenstrual syndrome, every month, in accordance with Lunarina, a company that operates a period calendar. It is considered that this occurs in about 1 out of every 3 cases of dysmenorrhea. It is considered a progressive disease that can lead to infertility. In the worst case, it has been found to increase the risk of developing heart disease. Due to the lack of correct knowledge about the period, you may face a future where you cannot have children or have increased the risk of heart cancer or both. The current situation is that there is no opportunity to learn about correct period knowledge. I will never forget how the teacher whispered to explain the mechanism of periods, while the boys were called to the schoolyard to play soccer. However, it is not only women but also men who need correct period knowledge. You are here because your mother also has the periods thanks to the sexual mechanism. Did you know that your precious friend, partner, or family member may also be suffering every month? If so, did you recommend them something what to do? The fundamental cause of our lack of knowledge is lack of sex education in Japan. I was recommended to go to the hospital when I felt anemia because of the lack of red blood cells during the physical education class. At that time, endometriosis was found. The pain that I thought was a period pain was not. It was from my disease. If I could find it even a little late, I needed surgery. I couldn't take it more seriously because of the wrong knowledge that I should just endure period pain. I have now recovered symptoms, and I also feel better mentally thanks to the pill. I have gained the correct knowledge and learned how to take care of myself correctly. To all women, you are amazing that you are handling work and studying despite having to deal with periods every month. But person who takes care of oneself is more amazing. You don't have to push yourself anymore. Don't try to handle it alone. Let's go to the hospital. Please go to the ladies' clinic to check your symptoms. You can gain the correct knowledge and find the approach that suits each of you individually. I know you're busy, too far from your house, or hesitate to go to the hospital. In that case, you can save time by scheduling a web appointment or using online medical treatment. According to a study published by Nikkei Business Publication in 2021, more than 60% of women with painful symptoms answered that they didn't think their symptoms were severe enough to go to the hospital. If you can't live as usual during the period, it is a sign to go to the hospital. Like me, if a disease is found, it allows for early treatment to prevent its progression. Fortunately, even if you don't have a specific disease, you can get prescribed medication. Instead of simply relying on painkillers, it is important to consider an approach related to female hormones. To all men and women who doesn't have any problems with period, you will be a mentor instead of me. When your precious friend, partner, or family member is suffering from severe symptoms, please recommend them to go to the hospital, just like you do when they have high fever. Today is the last day to keep periods a secret. Please take care of yourself. Please be a mentor instead of me. The comfortable environment is almost there after you take a step. Thank you.
Mr. Tamura, please.
Hey, also thank you so much for insightful speech.
Thank
And you said that women may experience the painful menstrual symptoms for 9 years.
Yeah.
And many of them they go to the hospital because they took it for granted. And you said that it can be attributed to insufficient menstrual education in school. So why do you think the education is not good enough?
The reason is that I just mentioned in the speech, our education was separated by gender, men and women, and girls only learn about only mechanism of periods. And that the thing that I really want the children to learn is how is it different and what will you make before and during the period. For example, like some people get irritated before having period, or some people want to eat many foods compared to daily life. And we need to learn in advance having periods because we get so surprised when we have like surprising symptoms before having the period. So at school, men and women and also men need to learn not only the mechanism but also individual differences on the periods.
So according to your speech, I understood that boys were excluded from the menstrual education. So do you think that girls had enough education on menstruation?
Actually, it's not. It's not enough for also the girls. So I think the whole education system should be changed, and at least men and women should be equal to learn about their periods.
How can men be more supportive and be more understandable about menstruation? And what kind of action can men take from today?
The first step is I want especially for men, not to ask girls directly about the periods, like, do you have a period right now or not? That is the question that you don't need to ask. So please take care of women's health by preventing the question about the period and asking them, do you have a pain, or do you need painkiller, or you want to take a rest, or any kinds of the words that you're taking care of her is important.
Last question. It's one more question. So this is last question is about insufficient dialogue in the society.
Dialogue?
Yeah. So as you pointed out, there is a little open dialogue about menstruation, and yeah. So there is no dialogue about menstruation in schools or workplaces. So how can society change to be more accommodating and more inclusive, and so that we can discuss more about menstruation?
In my opinion, the background of education makes us hesitate to talk about it in real life. So the first is change the education system, and second, at the company or at the college or any other kind of, like, at the big organization, we need to attend a big, like, event or session about the period, and we need to discuss about it with colleagues or boss to realize we women experience this every month, because the really good machine was invented, like experiencing period pain and put on the pads and experiencing the pain. We can do it if we have machine. So maybe
I'm sorry, but the time is up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tamura and Ms. Tominaga. Now it is judging time. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the third speaker of this contest. The third speaker is Mr. Leo Branch, representing St. Paul's University. The title of his speech is Yggdrasil. Now, Mr. Branch, please come up to the stage and lead us to your open world.
Sure. Thank you, contest chair, distinguished judges, all of the organizers and the audience. Everyone, good afternoon. Thank you. In my speech world, there is a very important word called stress. For me, it means a clear purpose, joy, pursuit. When I was 18, I took part in the 20th Golden Cup, which was the very first national English speech contest I had ever participated in. The organizers wrote, this year's concept is huge stress, a name of a large tree, so-called the world tree in Norse mythology. Through this contest, we hope freshmen can find the goal to pursue. In the Golden Cup, I found why I should continue speaking, and since then I enjoyed to pursue that. And since then, you've stressed has been a clear purpose you enjoy pursuing. This word is important for me now, but as I was taking part as a speaker, I gradually lost sight of where I started. In 2022, I took part in various public speaking competitions, winning prizes in some of them. But this year, I had this pressure that I had to be better than the year before. What if I lose? What if my ESS members laugh at me? I always felt like I had to prove myself, and I feared failing. So I put all my abilities into creating a speech to prove my speaking abilities. I submitted my script, ready to become like Barack Obama. Yes, we can, but with a British accent. But when various open speech contests began, I noticed something wasn't right. I had my passion, I had my message to tell, and yet I couldn't enjoy delivering my speech from my heart. I knew deep down that the constant pressure that I had to win was consuming my soul. I consulted my mom. Hey mom, I'm under pressure so much, and I don't like what I'm doing these days. Then my mom replies, son, see what you have upstairs. There are so many trophies, and it's like the Great Wall of China, but gold. You've got nothing to prove. But in my heart, that was exactly why I was about to crush. It felt like the past results were whispering, you can't fail. If you fail, you ain't good enough to own it. After 2 months of conflict in my heart, on July 18th, on a night bus trip back from Osaka, my thoughts suddenly started to solidify. Perhaps I should retire after the summer contests. I found myself in a parking area under the stars, feeling this way. But I recognized a single message from my wise dad. Now, I had discussed all of my problems the day before, and he didn't say anything then, but he wrote back. Son, you should question why you are making speeches. By all means, continue if you want to. We all love you for who you are, for what you have or can achieve. And that word struck me. It was a long time since someone talked to me for not what I had or achieved, but for who I was. And I started to think, why am I making speeches? As the bus stopped, I ran back to my house. I opened my drawer where I put all of my speech documents. I pulled out my very first speech and the leaflet of the 20th Golden Cup. Memories came flashing back like a shooting star. In those days, my seniors helped me to achieve my purpose. In those days, I got chucked out of the room when I was practicing because I was too loud. And in my heart, I was a freshman again, seeing what I had lost in the past. Yggdrasil, a clear purpose you enjoy pursuing. And for the first time in almost 6 months, I wanted to make speeches. In your life. And even though you don't feel this way, I'm sure you know somebody that feels lost. And when you are lost, it's very difficult to know where you want to go. But what I learned from my experience is we somehow already know where we want to go. Listen to your heart. Question yourself. What do I value in my life? What makes me genuinely happy? Why am I continuing this? And when you can find the answer to that question, the only thing is to follow it. That is the seed for your Yggdrasil. A clear purpose you enjoy pursuing. So ladies and gentlemen, those who are watching me through YouTube, please join me. Please ask yourself, what do I value in my life? If you have the answer to it, keep on following it. Don't forget it. If you don't have the answer to it yet, keep looking. Don't settle. Again, the answer to that question is the seed for your Yggdrasil. Use that seed to create a clear purpose you enjoy pursuing. Not only would that become a compass for your life, but a compass when you are lost. Ladies and gentlemen, today I'm a dreamer, but unfortunately, this is my last speech I will make in the ESS community. So let me make the right step with you, my friends. My Yggdrasil hasn't changed since I was 18. To be a hero for someone and make people laugh and enjoy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Leo-san. It was an inspirational speech, and I would like to know what the Yggdrasil really means, and also why did you choose this one as your core value?
Thank you very much for the question. And the first question, what does Yggdrasil mean? I gave a broader meaning to it because I wanted to make other people think. But the actual meaning is the birthplace of my passion. And everyone has a birthplace of their passion, and they try to use that passion to create something. And I wanted to say the birthplace of your passion is the most important thing, and that should be it. And the reason I chose the word Yggdrasil is because in the Golden Cup, I wasn't really successful, but I found that through speaking, I was able to contribute to other people's lives. And I thought if I could, well, it was my really memorable experience, so I chose Yggdrasil and I put the meaning into it because it was my birthplace of my passion.
Okay, I understand. So in your story, you won the Golden Cup. So you got a lot of pressure because the next time you need to win, so as not to disappoint other people, particularly your friends. And you were thinking about quitting, but your father encouraged you with the words, and you can, because of the words, you can let go of the pressure to win all the time. So you decided to enjoy based on your core value, this word, Yggdrasil. But you decided to enjoy, that means that you could disappoint your friends by not winning the contest speech. So how do you deal with the feelings of the possibility of letting others down?
I found that if you lack passion, if you lack the birthplace of your passion, not only you would lose the motivation, but when you lose the motivation, you won't get the end result. And I don't mean to make a speech because I really pursue the end results, but I thought the formula was the other way around. So usually, if you match the judging criteria, then you might win, and that might be true. But if you lack while you do it, you are most likely to lose motivation and lose the results. So I told myself, it's okay. I should be myself and enjoy it. And I will still be motivated then. And then I might be successful or not successful, but I thought I could be proud of myself. So I, persuaded myself in the end, but I tried to deal with it because I'm satisfied from what I've done. And that's how my performance improves. And I think that was the best performance I was able to do in English.
So, next one question. Okay, so, sorry, this is the question that I really want to ask. Your core message
I'm sorry,
is...
but the time is up.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tamara and Mr. Branch. I'm sorry, judges, but we must move on to the next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the fourth speaker of this contest. The fourth speaker is Ms.Lisa Yamamoto, representing Kansei Gakuin University. The title of her speech is Better Safe Than Sorry. Better Safe Than Sorry. Now, Ms. Yamamoto, please come up to the stage and lead us to your open world.
Thank you, the Master of Ceremony and distinguished judges. Good afternoon, everyone. The Eiffel Tower? The Eiffel Tower? I was on a French subway train, and about 8 children were asking me with troubled faces. At the next station, all the children got off the train. Just before the train door closed, a boy threw something into the train. I looked at the flying object and realized that it was a wallet. Oh my God, my wallet! I shouted. In a hurry, I picked up my wallet and looked inside. But all my money was gone, except for my credit cards. I was planning a solo month-long trip around Europe this spring, and it happened on the second day I arrived in Europe. Today, I want to give you a heads up about my embarrassing misadventures. Some of you might say, it's not my business because I don't travel abroad very often. But is it really none of your business? What is the incidence of pickpockets in Japan? According to the National Police Agency's 2020 crime statistics, in 2020 there were 1,424 cases. This is despite the fact that a large number of people stayed home due to the COVID-19 pandemic. This is the number of cases that we are aware of as being pickpocketed. In addition, according to the National Police Agency, pickpockets are said to have 3 to 4 dark figures hidden behind one statistical case of actual harm. Due to the sophistication of the method, the victim often mistakenly thinks that he or she dropped something and does not report the damage to the police. I think it's important to remember that what we think we've dropped may actually have been taken by a pickpocket. Pickpockets are of course the worst, and I want the police to tighten security and catch the pickpocket. But today, I want to tell you how we can prepare when we become the target and avoid getting stolen from. When I saw my wallet, which all my money had been taken, I was mortified, and I was filled with anger and regret towards myself. The fond memories go dark in a moment when we become the victim. We lose a lot of things, not just the ones that are taken. We lose our calmness from the fear of being targeted, and we lose our confidence in ourselves. We also lose a lot of time and money to reissue things. I don't want you to experience this. In my case, I was aware of the fact that there were pickpockets, but I think I was not aware enough to focus on crime prevention. I think many people like me have never been seriously aware of it. What do you think is the cause of this? I think it's because we don't have a sense of danger in a safe environment. I'll give you a piece of data. Here's a ranking of countries with good security. According to the Number Crime Index by Country 2022, Japan ranks 9. From this data, there are people who think that Japan is a safe country and forget to be cautious. Is your bag perfectly zippered? Aren't you walking around with your phone in your pocket? My point today is to be cautious in Japan as aware of pickpockets as well as abroad. After the COVID-19 pandemic, the number of people who go out in Japan and overseas has suddenly increased since this year. According to JTB Corporation Travel Trend Forecast for Country 2023, the number of domestic travelers is expected to recover to 108.6% from the previous years at 266 million. And the number of overseas travelers is expected to recover to 289.7% at 8.4 million. The days of staying home have come to an end, and for pickpockets, there are many targets, and I want everyone to be aware of pickpockets, not only overseas, but also in Japan. According to the Sankei Shimbun, the Hyogo Prefectural Police arrested 3 Romanian nationals on suspicion of theft in May. The theft is said to be because, in Japan, crime prevention awareness is low, and pickpocketing is easy. I think this arrest is the tip of the iceberg. What do we have to be careful about? I think the keyword is better safe than sorry. It is the proverb, and it means that you can never be too careful. I think it's better to work on not having your important things stolen than to regret it. I still get cold sweats when I'm on the train, so I don't want you to be like me. I want you to do 4 simple things. The keyword is BSTS, which I made from the acronym of the proverb, better safe than sorry. BSTS stands for bag, smartphone, time, and separate. Bag. Please put your important items in the back of your bag. Put something on top so that important things are not easily found. Finally, please tighten the zipper of your bag. Smartphone. Please do not operate or talk on the phone while walking. If you operate on the phone while walking or absorbed in talking on the phone, you will be distracted by your surroundings. Time. People get less alert over time. For example, on my trip to Europe, my wallet was stolen again in Italy, and my credit cards were gone. Separate. Please put cash and credit cards separate. If you put cash and credit cards in one place, you will lose everything in case of theft. Dispersal is important. I was pickpocketed twice in Europe and lost my money and credit cards. When I couldn't buy food, a member of the staff of the hotel I was staying at generously offered her pocket money to buy me a key and a cup of coffee. I was touched by the kindness of people. Wherever you are, I want you all to create happy memories without being pickpocketed. Please, always remember, better safe than sorry. Thank you.
Mr. Tamura, please.
Okay, Lisa-san, thank you so much for sharing your story about travel that you had in France. And yeah, thank you so much for teaching me the BSTS, better safe than sorry. And I noticed that your speech reminded me that Japan has been so safe, right? In comparison with the other developed countries in the world. Why do you think that Japan has been so safe? What kind of historic background contributed to the safety?
When I looked up on the internet, I found out that the number of theft, the pickpockets, are getting older, so the crime is getting lessened. And I think that is one of the causes. Another cause will be technology, since we don't have our cash together with them. So that may be the cause.
So the number, according to your speech, 1,400 cases of pickpocketing in Japan. Do you think that this figure is increasing? What do you interpret this number?
I think it will be increasing in the near future, since a lot of people started going out. So there's no a data right now. So this data is during the pandemic. So after people go out, I think the number will suddenly increase.
Okay. So apparently this might be the last question. So you went to France and you experienced the world #1 tourist destination. And I think French government and the police needed to think about this crime. And yeah, what do you think the French government and police should do to protect the foreign tourists from pickpocketing?
I think I'm going to say something really big, but I think they should have a more strict rule, like a law for those who are pickpocketing. Since I heard that in Europe, even though they pickpocket about 8 years old, if they pickpocket, they will not go to jail or have a strict education for preventing crimes. There are no such things like that. So I think by continuing doing that, the number will lessen.
Right, great. Lisa-san, thank you so much. So,
Thank you.
Now it is judging time. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the fifth speaker of this contest. The fifth speaker is Ms.Milin Takahashi, representing Hosei University. The title of her speech is My Best Ally, My Best Ally. Now, Ms. Takahashi, please come up to the stage and lead us to your open world.
Thank you, Master Tatsumi, and distinguished judges, all organizers. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Start with what you can do. This was a word my mentor gave me. This word was a key that changed me. When I was in high school, I was unable to express my opinion clearly and had to go along with others. There were no me in the word I said or the action I took. One day, a chance for me to manage a ball game case thus arose. However, I had no confidence in myself. I knew I couldn't do it. Have you ever had such experience? Such experiencing that another identity in yourself stops you from taking a chance? That is exactly how you are being unconfident in yourself. And you become your own enemy. Today, I am standing here because I want you to be confident in your words and actions. After listening to my speech, I hope you will become your own best ally. If you don't have your confidence, you cannot clearly express your opinion. Then you will soon be influenced by others' people's opinion. There is a stereotype that Japanese people are easily influenced by others and cannot express their own opinions. Do you think this Do you think you fit this stereotype? If you're one, you probably cannot decide things on your own. Without noticing, you become everyone's puppet. Your word and action are transformed into what is convenient for everyone. If you let your soul to others, everyone will treat as you, just as convenient person. You will be exploited. This is how people lose their identity and, in worst case, fall into depression. Why do we lose our confidence? The answer is comparison with others. Comparison focuses attention on superiority of others. Also, there are a lot of wonderful parts in us. We tend to focus on our negatives. For me, it is unable to express my opinion clearly. As if the sunshine killed by the sick fog, I only focus on the fact that I cannot express my opinion and always lose my confidence. Your allies in yourself are invisible. So, and that's why you only concentrate on your enemy in yourself. How do we stop comparing ourselves to others? Recognize your strengths. This is the answer. So let me share you a key to find out your strengths. First, write out the list of verbs of what you like or enjoy. As the saying goes, what you love is what you do with. Your strengths are hidden in what you like. Next, assign them to 3 categories. D, C, L. Thinking, communication, and leadership. The category with the greatest number of this is your strengths. A broad category applied ministry. However, it cannot help you gain confidence alone. We need to actually take advantage of these strengths. You must level up of your strengths. Through challenge, gain success. One way to gain confidence is to experience success. Even heroes didn't have their confidence and strength at the beginning. They gained their confidence through challenging and successfully overcoming strong enemies. Gain a success. Easy to say, but hard to actually gain. But you have a key to closer this goal. Gain success. Yes, it is your strength. By putting your strength in your own ally, you can much get closer to this goal. Let's go back to my high school story. I tried these 2 steps to find out my strengths. I wrote down many of my favorite things. I like talking to people, I like listening to people's stories, like this. Next, I assigned them to PCL. This way helps me to recognize that communication is my strength. By using my strength in communication, I take on challenge to be a leader at the lobby. I made an effort to be a leader who can listen to and empathize with everyone's concerns. Finally, the ball game festival ended successfully. Yes, I have gained success, and this success gave me a great confidence. It was a moment when my strength became my conviction and my own life. Now, I am a little more confident than I used to be. To gain more confidence, I tried various things and increasing the number of success I have had. Of course, using my strength as a key. Now, I am giving a speech. This is one of those challenges, and it will be success that will give me confidence. gain confidence can be very difficult. But if you can find your strengths with TCL and take advantage of your strengths, it can be much easier to gain confidence. Please don't hide your strengths in your negatives. Please don't let your sun shine hidden by the sick fall. Now, I am no longer my own enemy. I have something important in place of my enemy. Yes, I have my best ally. Me. Thank you for listening.
Mr. Tamura, please.
Okay, Milin-san, thank you so much for your inspirational speech. Thank you so much. So you said you took the leadership role in high school
Yes.
in the ball game festival,
Yes.
right? So can you tell me what kind of leadership role you took on?
Okay, so first I think I don't have the leadership skill. So I find my strength is communication. So I take a communication in everyone and make friend and make more friendly with everyone. And I make a condition or a condition to say my word easily.
Okay, so in that ball game festival, what was the biggest challenge as a leader you faced, and how did you overcome it?
Okay, my biggest challenges is to organize everyone and the successful ball game festival, because there are many in the school there are many people, so there are many of the ideas or they 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 have many ideas. So I am very confused about to gather the one ideas and make a good for that one successful.
Okay, so I need your advice because whenever I try to do something new, I'm not confident. And there is always ally and enemy inside me. And apparently, my enemy always wins. How can I let my ally win in the argument?
Okay, so I recommend you to find your strengths and do challenging. And if you are difficult at that, please imagine the future of successfully. Because if you imagine, it might be easier because you can think the way to successful. Yes.
Thank you so much, Melissa. That's all the questions I have.
Thank
Good
you.
job.
Mr. Tamura and Ms. Takahashi. Now it is judging time. The first session of the prepared speeches has finished. Now, the distinguished judges will leave this room. Please stand up and give them a big round of applause. Please be seated. Now, we will have a short intermission until 15:05. Please be seated by 15 o'clock. 15 o'clock. Thank you. これより15時5分まで休憩といたします。5分前の15時にはご着席くださいますようお願い申し上げます。
So I think the effective way is not forcing them or to study or do this homework until next week, but to teach them that studying is fun. So some students who like studying maybe not notice that children studying is a hard job, but basically studying is fun. So they have so yes yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. That's all. Thank you, Haruka-san.
I'm sorry, judges, but we must move on to the next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the second speaker of this contest. The second speaker is Ms.Nao Yamamura, representing Doshisha University. The title of her speech is To Prevent Becoming a Perpetuator. To prevent becoming a perpetuator. Now, Ms. Yamamura, please come up to the stage and lead us to your open world.
Thank you, the master of ceremonies, distinguished judges, And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Everyone, let me introduce my mom. My mom is a sweet lady with a lovely smile, laughs a lot, and is good at sewing. Even though her laughter is sometimes too loud. I love my mom like that. However, my mom is sometimes controlled by something. And then she is like a different person than usual. If she talks less than usual, or her voice is quiet, it is a signal that she is controlled by something. When she's like this, she suddenly gets angry very loudly. For me, she's like a bomb that could explode at any moment. My fear of her kept going up. I could only cry and pray that my mom will be back to normal soon. Can you imagine what it is controlling life? The answer is a bad mood. Today, I'm standing here to talk about bad human harassment, in Japanese, fukigen harassment. This term means causing discomfort to others by your bad mood. Being in a bad mood not only includes obvious ones like outbursts, but also behaviors that are not intentionally directed at anyone, like some. Especially in my speech, I will focus on bad human harassment in close relationships, like family or friends. It has a risk of destroying relationships with your loved ones, and all of you here can be perpetrated. After these meetings, I hope everyone will recognize the danger of bad human harassment and take care of your lovely relationships. Everyone, please imagine spending time with someone close to you. You would feel at ease and express your emotions freely, even if it's a negative one, right? Because of our close relationships, we sometimes express our value honestly. However, it risks leading to bad human harassment. In fact, many people are suffering from it. And in my survey of more than 50 my friends, more than 95% said they suffered from bad mood of those close to them. Your bad mood may be causing your loved ones to suffer without realizing. For a long time, I promised myself over and over again that I would not affect others with my bad mood. However, 1 year ago, after Sakura did, my friend asked me, "Now, what's wrong with you today? You seem to be in a very bad mood, and everyone's scared of you." I was so shocked because of my unintentional attitude. I hurt my feelings. I had become unpunctual. What if my friends accumulate their fear and anxiety to me? I could spoil my precious relationships with them, just as I done. But human harassment can even bring precious relationships with your loved ones without realizing. Then, why does bad human harassment happen? That's because people are around you when you are in a bad mood. Your emotions and attitude have great power over your surroundings. This phenomenon is called emotional contagion. In fact, according to Professor Gary Bourne of the University of Toronto, the emotion is contagious and the negative emotions is most easily transmitted to surroundings. Like this, there is no surprise that human harassment happens because your negative emotions are contagious to those around you. I have a fantastic way to solve this problem. It's a two-step process. First, identify your bad mood tendencies. As a means of it, let me share with you a simple work. It is to ask yourself a question. Have I been in a bad mood today? Every night. If the answer is yes, record the two values, when and where. In fact, the Anger Management Association said this method helps identify your anger tendencies. It means this simple daily habit will make you realize your bad mood and recognize, identify its tendencies. It's the first step to prevent becoming a perpetuator. Second, being alone in that situation. According to Yasui Mitsuka, a professor at Keio University, the closer one is physically to the person in the bad mood, the greater the negative impact. After learning this, I went to my room when my mother is controlled by bad mood to keep my distance. Then my fear of her eased. That means by being alone when you are about to be in a bad mood, you can prevent becoming paranoid. I am exactly the one who is helped by this work. Since last year, I started doing this work every night. Within a month, I could identify my bad mood tendencies. For me, the key points were when I am not feeling well, like during my period or in a crowd. Once the key points were identified, the rest was not so difficult. I just need to be alone in a situation. Even if you can't be alone, by realizing your bad mood tendencies, you can prepare yourself for such a situation before it happens. After following those solutions, my friend often said to me, "No, you seem very happy these days, and your smile makes me happy too." That means I can prevent becoming paranoid. The bad mood, not bad in itself. We are free to have whatever emotions, even as a negative one. However, expressing it the wrong can blanket your precious relationships. Isn't such a lifestyle? Now is the time to rethink your bad mood to prevent becoming a perpetuator. Thank you.
Okay, Elsa, thank you so much for your interesting speech. That was fascinating to me. But it seems to me that you are trying to hide your true emotion. You're trying to suppress your true emotion. Do you think you should be able to show your true emotion with your friends?
Thank you for the question. Yes, I think the positive emotion is good to express honestly, but in that case, in the case of negative emotion, that has a risk of hurt your loved ones. So I want everyone to notice that fact.
Okay, but it's your friend. Why don't you show your true emotion whatever kind of moods you have, even though you are in a bad mood? Why don't you show your bad mood to your friends all the time? Why don't you do that? Why don't you show your true emotion even when you are in a bad mood?
Thank you. When I am in a bad mood, I think I shouldn't express it. Yes, because yes.
Okay. So it is often said that Japanese people always are not so good at expressing their emotions. And other people say that Japanese people, we don't know what the Japanese people are thinking about because they don't show any emotions. Right? What do you think about this opinion?
Yes, I think that that opinion is true. For many Japanese people, I think they have two aspects. For the outside face or for the inside face to close to them, and in outside the face they are not express their emotion freely and pretend to be pride, and but in the inside aspect they express their emotion freely. I think that's all.
Okay. So one more question. My boss is always in a bad mood. If you can have an opportunity to meet him, what kind of advice would you give to him?
Thank you. I think I tell that your boss, your emotion is hurting the person close to you, so you shouldn't do that. But I think it is also one way that victims are escape from the bad mood person. So it is also the way I think. Thank you.
Okay, good job, Nelson. That's all. Thank you so much.
Sorry, judges, but we must move on to the next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the eighth speaker of this contest. The eighth speaker is Ms. Haruka Terada, representing Tsuda University. The title of her speech is A Ghostwriter of ESS Speech. A Ghostwriter of ESS Speech. Now, Ms. Terada, please come up to the stage and lead us to your opening word.
Thank you, the Master of Ceremonies, distinguished judges, and all the organizers. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for joining the Fukuzawa Trophy. I'm sure that all of you have been moved by the messages from this verse. But how would you feel if you're told the speech you love was written by a ghostwriter? In other words, the messages were not created by the speakers themselves. Sorry to ask you a strange thing, but this is what I've been lately concerned about this world. English-speaking society. During my 2.5 years of speech life, I've read hundreds and thousands of speeches. As a speaker, I joined 38 speech contests and listened to 10 speeches in each. As a contest manager, I held the 6th University English Oratorical Contest as a chairperson and welcomed 12 speeches. As an educator, I checked 71 speeches in total. However, I found some speeches that have ghostwriters in them. So who is the ghostwriter? It is Generative Artificial Intelligence, AI. AI, it is a technology that allows computers to perform intelligent actions such as understanding and recognizing human language and reasoning. Specifically, generative AI can make new content through its process, and it is installed in our familiar systems such as ChatGPT or Google Translation. Today, I would like to ring a warning bell of future ESS about the usage of AI. I sincerely hope that every ESS speaker will make their speeches with their true voice. Dear ESS members, this is a speech for our future. To begin with, let me share a surprising story of someone using AI for their speeches naturally. One day, I was inspired by my peer's unique speech. Wow, your speech topic and wordplay are so interesting. How did you come up with it? Then she said, well, I just did like this. Please tell me an interesting speech topic that can attract the audience. ChatGPT, go. I was astonished. The other day, when I was checking my junior script, I found something strange in his English usage, so I asked him, didn't you copy and paste the whole part of your speech from Google Translation? Then he replied, well, yes. Is it that then? Can you believe it? These are just two examples. Generative AI has become ghostwriters of some speeches and started invading this community. Of course, AI is a great invention that makes your lives convenient. But is it really good to leave this current ESS situation as it is? Now, let's discuss this topic from two perspectives. The concept of speech and the value of ESS content. Firstly, the concept of speech. The Agency of Cultural Affairs shows that speech is in the category of work, 著作物 in Japanese. Additionally, the definition of work is something that expresses ideas or emotions creatively and comes into the category of literature, science, art, or music. Yes, the key word is creativity, which I define as making 0 into 1 by human beings. So, if a speaker lets AI grab ideas or doesn't make their sentences themselves, it is no longer a speech, but a copy paper. Secondly, the value of ESS content. As you already know, this community, the English-speaking society, is a very special place for university students to resonate their voices in public. Sharing what the youth want to say, convey, and change society with their own words. Sharing their realization beliefs that came from their background stories. These are the exact value and beauty of this world, right? Even my mother, who graduated from Aoyama Gakuin University ESS Speech section 31 years ago, says, that these were what she cherished in her speech life. It's too sad that AI is invading such a valuable historical place, isn't it? Now, I would like to ask each of you, the speakers, do you feel confident in sharing a message that comes from AI? The judges, do you feel rewarded when you notice what you're scoring now is an AI-made document? The audience, did you come here to listen to AI's claim, not the true voice of the speakers? To all of you here today, are we at the 47th Annual All Japan AI English Rhetorical Contest for the Fukuzawa Trophy? The answer to all these questions must be no. A day when we must deeply think about the usage of AI has come. I'm not saying that we mustn't use it. It can be useful when it comes to correcting grammar or searching for English expressions. Rather, I want all of you not to forget to share your true beliefs with your true words, especially in the process of making 0 into 1, such as choosing your topic, drawing your solutions, and commenting to writing. So, in such a situation, please keep 2 concepts in your mind: sozo and sozo. The first sozo is creativity. As I mentioned, speech is something that needs be made with creativity. So please ask and remind yourself again and again, did I create this idea by myself, or did I create the whole synthesis on my own? The second sozo is imagination. As J.K. Rowling said in her Harvard commencement speech, imagination is what only humans have on our planet and has big power to change the world. So again, please ask and remind yourself, did I come up with this topic with my imagination? Not only for ESS speech, but also for a lot of human creative activities, AI can be a threat of destroying them. The world is dramatically changing, just like autumn maple leaves. But I believe that what we make with our creativity and imagination can move people's minds, change their behavior, and fill their hearts with love. That's why I chose this topic as my final ESS speech. Dear fellow speakers, please do not allow a ghostwriter to conquer the special word. Instead, please cherish your 2 sozo, creativity, and imagination forever. Thank you. Mr. Tominaga, please.
Okay, thank you so much for an interesting speech, Haruka-san. So, my first question, can you tell the difference between a speech written by a human being and a speech written by AI?
Thank you. I think that difference, do you mean difference is the difference in that speech, or the difference what the audience feel? Which do you expect for?
Audience.
The audience, thank you. I think the biggest difference is whether the audience will have empathy on the speaker or not. Like, the speech made by AI don't have story. It just has some something that already exists inside you, or something. Even they create some story, it is not the true one. But what speakers experience in their past is their way of living, beliefs and values they have, and by looking the speaker's story, I think audience receive the pathos. I mean, there's 3 major elements in public speaking. There's pathos, ethos, and logos. I think the pathos part
will be delivered to the audience, and that will move the audience. So I think this is the biggest difference.
So you suggested that imagination and creativity are keys in the era of AI. But do you think that in the near future, even in the field of imagination and creativity, AI will be better than human beings?
I think that AI won't be better than human beings because, like, what AI can make is what they learn from something that already exists. But our imagination is the ability to think about something that hasn't existed or that something that may occur in the future. We can't expect. We can't see the future. So in this way, I think AI can be better than human beings.
Okay, so my last question is, if people hear this speech 10 years from now, what kind of reactions or thoughts do you think they have?
10 years ago. I personally,
10 years
yes,
from now,
right now.
in the future.
If the speech community that the true voice of university student has is hopefully existing, I think the reaction of the audience will be like I think they will be glad to hear the speech. But if BSS community had unfortunately changed, invaded by AI, I think in such future, the audience might regret. I think what if this speech had resonated and changed the BSS speech wrote 10 years ago? What kind of speeches can we expect can be here now like that? So yeah, I think this is my answer.
Okay, Haka-san. Thank you so much. That's all.
Thank you. I'm sorry, judges, but we must move on to the next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the ninth speaker of this contest. The ninth speaker is Ms.Erika Yamamoto, representing St. Paul's University. The title of her speech is Be So Close, Yet So Far Away. Be so close, yet so far away. Now, Ms. Yamamoto, please come up to the stage and lead us to your open world.
Thank you, the Master of Ceremony, distinguished judges, all the organizers, and audience. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
When I was a little girl, my Korean mom said to me, "I love you, Erika," and kissed me on the cheek. At that moment, I said, "Mom, stop it. It's embarrassing. Japanese moms don't do that." I still don't forget her lonely smiling face at the time. We were so close, but this moment made something fall away. Well, time has passed. I become an adult, and I feel like my mother's face has increased wrinkles. From the day I refused my mother's love, the love had hardly been crossed between us. When was the last time you told your love to your family? Today, I send my voice to people who can't remember it. Let me say how important it is to share your love with your loved one when they are next to you. Through this speech, I hope your family will become more bonded and be filled with love. In the beginning, what is love towards your family? It is a sign of appreciation for the fact that they gave birth, raised, and supported you. Well, that might be correct as well. In my opinion, love refers to the gratitude and appreciation for the existence of your family that comes from deep within your heart. However, are you really expressing that in your words? Is love coming to the surface between us? According to a survey on family love conducted in 2021, the phrase people want to tell their family, but they can't tell it was, "I love you," in the first place. "Thank you," in the second place. Even if I don't tell my love, family is family, right? No matter what happened, I thought it was a family that would be connected in the end. I thought so, but it wasn't. Actually, my family was destroyed. My parents got divorced last year, and my mother and sister broke up their relationships. Because of this, I had to decide who in my family I was on. But I didn't want to choose my family, so I decided to live alone. My father, mother, sister, and me. I reached out with my hand, but I caught the air. It was like holding sand and just watching sleeping disappear. My beloved family was close to me, but they all fell apart. Family is the closest one to us. Friend, girlfriend, boyfriend, all these words end with END, and, but family doesn't. I mean, most of you believe that family is the only endless existence around us. But it's a lie. Ending relationships like my family is possible, and you will lose them to death someday. Even if you regret at the time, I should have expressed my gratitude and love. Don't be too late. So having a family member next to you is not something to be taken for granted. Now, right now, please cherish the existence of your family with your actions. So, how do we cherish our families? What is exactly love? By making love a part of our communication with our families, we can create a stronger bond between them. Here, let me introduce how to feel and tell your love with your family. Firstly, how to feel. Among families, there are times when you are shy or can't see love, right? However, for those who left their parents to Tokyo or went to study abroad, that felt the gratitude of your families. So please think about it if you don't have your families in your current life. Don't you realize that you are much more involved in your life than you think? That's the invisible shape of love that your family sent you. Next, let's express your love. However, for those of you who are not in the habit, the hurdles may be high. In such a case, please convey your love, even if it is a small thing. It can be an expression of gratitude, thank you, or I'm glad you did this for me, or any other expression. Also, I suggest you to show your appreciation on the birthday or anniversary, like Mother's Day or Father's Day. If you are embarrassed to say it directly, you can write it in a letter. If this kind of appreciation and approval through love is clearly conveyed among family members, you will feel comfortable that you are being well looked after by each other. I started living alone 3 months ago. Although I enjoy the freedom of living alone at first, I gradually realized how much support I had received from my family. I didn't see any family love as my family collapsed. There was definitely love there. However, I can meet my family only once or twice a month. That's why I try to convey love. Mom, thank you for raising me with your great love. Dad, thank you for always supporting and thanking me. Sister, thank you for protecting me as a sister. All my family members are far away, but our hearts are close. Because no matter what happens, I truly love my family. So, whether it's near or far away, please show them the distance of your mind with your actions right now. They are so close, yet so far away. It may seem at times, but with gratitude and love, you will make it yours. Please cherish this moment while your family is there, because that's the only way to hold a full family who is close yet so far away too. Love and appreciate each other. Thank you. Mr. Tamara, please.
Okay, Erika-san, thank you so much for sharing the story. And my first question is, how does Japanese culture differ from those in other countries?
Different.
How is it different from other countries?
Well, I think Japanese tend to not express the love toward the family, because I saw a video about in the United States, and can you tell your love? Can you call your family and tell your love right now? And most of the Americans said, oh sure. But Japanese tend to not express their love. That's the difference between other countries and Japan.
Why do you think so? What kind of historical background makes Japanese people so shy?
Historical background, that's a difficult question actually. But in Japan, I feel like expressing our thoughts is not common, I think. Because, Japanese tend to hide their personality, and most of you think that you have to behave like others as well as others. So That's the difference, I think.
Is there any psychological effect behind it? What kind of psychological effect prevents Japanese people from expressing their love?
That's a tough question, actually. Well, it's hard to explain my words.
Okay, so that's okay. My last question is, do you believe love can be felt even when it's not verbally expressed?
Could you say that again?
Love can be felt even without using verbal expression.
I couldn't hear that. Could you say that again?
Oral expression without using any words. Is it possible to get your love to be felt with your family members?
Well, my answer is not. Because like feeling love is difficult to even feel that love. And like like most of people tend not to put into words their love to their family. But family is the existence who is closest one to us. So it's without saying your love, it is hard to like create a stronger bond between your family, I think.
Okay, Erika-san, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, judges, we must move on to the next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the last speaker of this contest. The last speaker is Ms. Haruka Mori, representing Keio University. The title of her speech is Program Your Life. Program Your Life. Now, Ms. Mori, please come up to the stage and lead us to your open world.
Deputy Master of Ceremonies, and honorable judges. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Everyone, please close your eyes, just relax, and imagine you are lying on your deathbed. You're about to take one last breath, looking at your life in retrospect. What would you regret the most? The biggest regret in your life, I believe, this will be failing to achieve what you wanted to do in your life. Starting a business, studying abroad, studying new languages, playing new instruments. However, a voice inside your head whispers to you, you can't do that. You must be too poor doing it because you're not so talented. If you are younger, you're better at running it. You had better give up on it. Have you ever abandoned a challenging goal or refrained from attempting new things with such an inner voice? So today, I would like to talk about self-fulfillment and obstacles that prevent it. I hope this speech will be the trigger for trying what you truly desire in your life, and that each of you will lead your own life without relying solely on others' opinions or stereotypes. So here, let me talk about myself. I want to be a software engineer. Software engineers can bring their idea to life by creating systems or applications and contribute to solving social problems. For example, a Japanese e-commerce company, Mercari, developed an online marketplace platform, and they have contributed to solving a social problem, environmental problem, by allowing users to buy and sell a wide array of used items. That's why I think this job is very intriguing and creative. However, I had a barrier in pursuing my dream. It was my father's opinion. To put it simply, he held gender and academic stereotypes. So one day, I told my dream to my father before studying programming. And he was like, oh, you want to be a software engineer? Well, it has a higher wage and sounds like a good job, but isn't it for men? No, men are better at mathematics or something like that, which is the case with programming. Besides, you're poor at calculating, and your major at university is literature. I don't think the students from the Department of Literature can work as engineers. So can't you think it over again? Well, just between you and me, that this test score of mathematics in school was also like, you know what I mean? But anyway, since then, it took me a long time before I got myself to sit in front of the computer. So why do we let others' opinions or stereotypes stop us from challenging? Such a situation is caused with the lack of two factors. One is correct information, and the other is social network. I will explain them one by one. So the first one, correct information. So what is correct information? Correct information tells us the truth, which is not biased by someone's opinions or ideas. But without correct information, you'll be more likely to depend on others' opinions or stereotypes. So this is the first one. And the next thing is you need friends to support your goal. We are unconsciously influenced by people around us, and this gives rise to the patterns that eventually become stereotypes. So we need to do two things: obtain correct information and make friends with people whose goals are similar to yours. A week after the conversation with my father, I had an opportunity to take a social psychology class on stereotypes, and it was about gender stereotypes in mathematics. After reading a thesis on stereotypes, I found that women are not inherently poor at mathematics, but if they are aware of stereotypes that men excel in mathematics, it can have an effect on their performance. Don't worry, when I noticed I was influenced by stereotypes. So, to get correct information, I searched the internet on how to become a software engineer. As a result, it turns out that students who are in information science and engineering can be involved in system development in Japan. Also, I started to follow people who have similar goals on Instagram, and even found a programming community that had many female and male university students from different faculties. Now I have to create the community, and for the next stage, I'm gonna work as a volunteer and teach programming to kids from disadvantaged backgrounds. And probably you'll be thinking, in the first place, why do I put emphasis on having a goal and what you really want to do in your life so much? This is because my claim is based on social psychological thesis. According to Tom Gilbert, the biggest regret in people's lives is failing to become the ideal self, not the old self. In other words, you will more regret not doing what you wanted to do in your life than failing to meet others' expectations. So, in this speech, I talked about how important it was to achieve what you really want to do in your life and explain two initial methods for trying something new. Obtain correct information and make friends with people whose goals are similar to yours. I think it's too boring to just copy and paste and collect codes from others to complete your life. So, everyone, please write your own code and program your life. Thank you for listening. Please.
Okay, thank you so much for your inspirational speech. So how in a story that your father told you that you shouldn't be an engineer. How did you feel that moment? And also I want to know how can you bring yourself up back to the computer?
Yes, thank you for your question, sir. As for our first question, when I said my father that I should not pursue my dream to become a programmer, I feel like but still, I can do something for becoming a programmer. And the second question, sorry.
The second question is, what was your motivation? What makes you back to the computer?
Thank you for your question, sir. The thing that brings me back to my dream was my friend. And she was in the medical faculty of medical science, and she was there until senior, but one day she noticed that my dream is not here. My dream is not to become our like maker scientist. And then she decided to change her university. Even though and she started to study Chinese literature and programming at New University. Even though the students from the Department of Legal Science is not for science engineering, right? But she decided to pursue her dream to become a programmer. And I was inspired by her. So that would be the answer to your question, sir.
So there are so many young people, children, who may stop following their dreams due to the influence of stereotypes. What kind of advice would you give to them?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
There are so many young people and children who stop following their dream due to the influence of stereotypes.
So you mean that there are some children that influenced by stereotypes and they stop following their dreams.
Advice, please.
Okay, thank you for the question, sir. If I give advice to those children who are going to stop pursuing their dream, I would like them to stop giving up on their dream, because that will be the biggest regret of their life. And as I said in the speech, firstly, I would like them to collect information, and then find people.
Sorry, but the time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I'm sorry, judges, but the time is over. Now all the speakers have finished their speeches. The distinguished judges will leave this hall. Please stand up and give them a big round of applause. First, they'll leave this hall. Please stand up and give them a big round of applause. We'll have a 1-hour intermission. The closing ceremony will start at 17:25. Please be seated by 17:20. これより17時25分まで休憩といたします。
Thank you, the contest chair, hello speakers, and the organizers, thank you for having me today. This is my fifth time to be a judge for the Fukuzawa Trophy. And I always say this comment every year, so sorry if you have heard in the past, and please laugh if possible. I was the speaker of 38 Fukuzawa Trophies in year 2014. And Fukuzawa Trophy has been a special memory for me. Actually, my best friend, was the executive chairperson and also the chief of KOTSS. And we're still in touch with together. I texted him that I'm judging Fukuzawa today. And also, as not only me, but my wife was also speaker for the Fukuzawa in year 2014. And well, actually, talking about the result, she won the second prize. And as for me, don't ask. Now I'm delivering an impromptu speech. It's kind of like a revenge, which I failed to do 9 years ago. And yeah, so she won and I lost. So that was the very first time that I learned that wife is always stronger than husband. Thank you. And so looking back, it's 9 years ago, I can feel kind of like the gentle change in time, the gradation that Terada-san has successfully mentioned in her prompt speech. I'm really, really honored to be back on this stage again. I really enjoy today's, every year I enjoy today's, this kind of wonderful event, listening to wonderful impromptu speeches and wonderful and perfect prepared speeches. So, today there were 9 speakers, unfortunately not 10. It's kind of regretful, but I heard 9 times 2, so 18 speeches in total. And let's talk about the prompt speech and the prepared speech one by one. And let me talk about what kind of thing you should focus in each speeches. As for the impromptu speeches, I would like you to focus on the strength, maybe kind of like a remaining impression to the audience. Today there are 9 speakers, 3 picked A, 6 picked B, and no one chose C. So as for both of the speakers, all the speakers, there was someone else who talked about this, the topic. They were talking about the same thing, maybe in a different way, but you were all talking in a different way, but the topic was all the same. So the point is you need to leave a strong impression to the audience or to the judges to win the prize. And as for the prepared speech, Komura-san has done a great, wonderful question to the speakers. And so you need to care about the weakness. Maybe it's about kind of like logic, it's kind of like a delivery, maybe it's something else, but you need to care about the weakness. So you need to think about whether your speech, the contents, is thinking about error situations, or is your speech telling the audience clearly about what speaker wants the audience to do. So you need to take care about that kind of like weakness. The impromptu speech focus on the strength. Maybe it could be about a unique idea or unique performance. And also, and for the prepared speech, care about the weakness covered by the question answer session, thinking about like various cases. So that's what I want you to do. And the key to success would be how much time you put your effort into the speech activity. So impromptu speech, you need to, like, on a daily basis, you think about what kind of unique idea you could do, and you could have, or what kind of unique original performance you could do on stage. And also, that's for the prepared speech, you just need to think and think and think. Okay? So just think about what kind of things are expected in each kind of speeches, the impromptu speech, the extemporaneous speech, or the prepared speech. So this kind of contest is a mix of the speeches, so you need to take care about that. So did you notice that I mentioned all 3 topics given in the impromptu speech session? So that's all for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kubota. Next, Ms. Asako Kakuta will give us some comments. Ms. Kakuta, please.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a little bit nervous, but today I had a wonderful time listening to 9 wonderful speakers today. So congratulate on all of your work till today. So right into the topic, I would like to talk about what I believe is important for impromptu and prepared speech. First of all, for impromptu, I believe that everyone prepare your speech in 4 minutes and deliver a 3-minute speech. And I think this is very, very difficult to construct a full-length speech within 4 minutes. So it's very important to put in mind what is important in your speech. First, focus on the conclusion. Where is your goal? Where is the goal you want to present to the audience? That's one important part. And the next is the whys and the hows. And if you have time, counter arguments. If you have those 3 towards your conclusion, your 3-minute speech will be very concrete and strong, even though you only have 4 minutes. So I believe that's one point of important part when you are making an impromptu speech. Second of all, concerning your prepared speech, almost all of you had wonderful personal stories that you connect yourself to your topic. And I think that's very important. So hooray on that. But another part that I think is important is you need to connect with your audience. So if you have a broad audience of not only students, but also adults, female and male, maybe children, maybe elderly, you have to conclude everyone in your speech. So when you're talking, don't only talk about your story in your speech. Your story, your speech with the audience. I think this is the first important part for the prepared speech. Lastly, I have been working in a corporate world for over than 10 years. So I was on this stage longer than 10 years ago. But I still have good memories of this stage, and also I use many techniques that I learned within the speech activities that I learned 10 years ago. So believe that the activities that you are doing right now is going to make a difference in the corporate world or whichever world you are going to live next stage. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kakuta. Next, Mr. Chad Prescott will give us some comments. Mr. Prescott, please.
Thank you very much. First, before I would begin, I want to thank KOESS for inviting me here today. And I want to thank my wonderful assistant, Sonoda-san, for being very patient and hardworking and helpful today. And finally, I want to thank the speakers for delivering both the very difficult impromptu speeches and also your prepared speeches today. So you were all very inspiring for me. Now, in terms of my comments, I want to comment on impromptu and prepared speeches. And first, about impromptu speeches. Here, my advice would be a traveler. And what do I mean by be a traveler? So probably many of you know the Robert Frost poem about the road not taken. And the road not taken, I mean, there are different ways that you can read it, but the simplest way to read it is that you get a choice of two roads in a woods, and you take the one less traveled by, and it makes a difference. And I feel like here, if you make it to the final stage, and you get a chance to do an impromptu speech, you're given topics. And the easy thing to do is to take the easy topic and then to say what is the easy answer. But if you want to really stand out, what you need to do is do something a little bit different and unique. And that I think is really important and that often is what separates the people who end up receiving the trophies from everyone else. Because really, prepared speeches are very close in terms of your points and score. Everybody has worked very hard. You've got a lot of help from your ESS club members. So those speeches are good, but it's the impromptu speech that can really make the difference. So the second thing for impromptu speeches, a lot of you ended up having like time left over, or you were repetitive with your speech. And here I think an important thing, and this I'll echo what Katsu-san was saying earlier, was that about unpacking. So if you're a traveler, you have a bag that you pack, and usually you make like an itinerary of what you're going to bring. And that's the same thing I think when you're preparing for this kind of speech. You don't have time to write things out. Instead, write out the bullet point. Write it out again. That's what I do when I'm preparing my speeches here. I write out the bullet points of what I want to say, and then I write them again, just so that I keep them in mind, so that I can then deliver my speech. So that would be my advice for impromptu speeches, is that write down those points and then unpack them. Give the details to the audience that help us understand your impromptu speech idea. So the second thing is for prepared speeches. So for prepared speeches, I'll borrow the question that we had earlier about how you define success. And I think that's important when you are thinking about your speech. How do I define success in a speech? So I think one question you need to ask is proof. Proof. Do I prove my ideas? And here, what I mean by this is like, is the abuse real in my speech? Like, does the crisis exist? You know, does my situation deserve empathy? That would be something that you need to ask yourself, like when it comes to the solution. You know, does the solution work? Does it just work for me, or can it apply to other people? If you ask yourself those questions, then usually what you can find are maybe some flaws in your idea. The second thing would be place. So when it comes to a speech, like you're delivering a speech to an audience, for some of you, I've never met you before. And I have no idea, except for a title, what you're going to talk about. So when you're up here and you're talking, I need sometimes for you to place me in a moment. Put me inside your experience so that I can see the way that you see. And then if I do, then it's much easier for me to connect to your speech. And then the final thing would be punctuate. So your speech comes to an end. It's 8 minutes long. I'm listening attentively, but even humans naturally, like we can't pay attention to like everything. We can't remember everything. So don't forget, at the end of a sentence is a mark to tell you that this is the end of the sentence. And the same thing you need is at the end of your speech. Something at the end of your speech that really resonates with the audience. And in this case, what you need to do is you need to pick out something from your speech that you feel like your audience can walk away from and carry with them. Sometimes I feel like when you're ending your speech, you end maybe by repeating like a phrase from earlier. But is that something that I can take with me? Is that something that I can walk away with and then I can remember? Or is there something else that you can leave us with that we can carry with us when we leave the auditorium? So that's it for my comments, but you are all wonderful, and I really have been inspired by today, and I look forward to seeing you again and also talking to you later today about during the reflection. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fresco. Lastly, Mr. Naoki Tamura will give us some comments. Mr. Tamura, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was looking at the scoreboard in the judging room, and I was thinking about what I'm going to talk about today in the judge comment. And I decided to talk about this. That is value speech versus social speech. So the question that I frequently asked is that what determines the value of speech? My answer is whether the speech can bring about a change in the audience's mind. So if there is no change in the audience's mind before and after the speech, I'm sorry, the speech does not have any value. But at the end of the day, before and after, the audience feels that there is a significant change in the audience's mind. Like the excellent speech can bring about a change in the audience's attitude, the audience's habits, the audience's principles of action and priorities of life. An excellent speech can bring about a change in the audience's mind. So what is the effective way to bring about a change in the audience's mind? And it is simple. It is to demonstrate your own change in the speech. One of the famous historical figures, I forgot the name, said that be the change that you want to see in the future. Be the change you want to see in the future. I would say, show the change that you want to see in the audience. So it is extremely important to tell a story, particularly the transformational personal story, to encourage the change in the audience's mind. There are two types of speeches in the ESS oratorio contest. One is the social speech, and the other one is a value speech. Probably there might be some other types of speeches, but I like to focus on the two other types. So social speech is focused on, the speech addresses the significant societal issue, right? And provide a social issue and show how harmful it can be to society, and then illuminate the cause, provide a solution. At the end of the day, you need to deliver a memorable message that can encourage all of the audience members to take action on that. That's the social speech. So the point of the social speech is that you, as a speaker, you need to illustrate the how worthwhile. I mean, you need to show that the societal issue is worthy of attention. Worthy of attention. So as a speaker, you need to illustrate that how you were involved in that social speech. You need to engage the audience by connecting your own personal story with the social issue. So that's the first thing that you need to do to complete the social speech. Social speech may be able to bring about a change in awareness in the audience's mind. But social speech cannot bring about a change in the heart of the audience members. You see, the social speech can only bring about a change in awareness. So that's where the value speech can kick in, because value speech can bring about a change in the audience's values, in the audience's principles of action, in the audience's priorities of life. It can change the audience's heart. That's the advantage that value speech can have. But of course, it is difficult to create a value speech. So that is the challenge. So what seems to be the most difficult part of creating a value change? It is to demonstrate your change by telling a personal transformational speech. How can you do that? How can you create an excellent value speech? What I can share with you is you may want to include the 3 elements. The first one is external conflict. The second one is internal conflict. And the third one is the resolution. 3 things: external conflict, internal conflict, and resolution. External conflict is relatively easy. It is any kind of external conflict. It is like the speaker versus society, the speaker versus other people, the speaker versus environment, the speaker versus anything that exists in your life. So that's the external conflict. And the internal conflict is about a conflict inside you. It is a dilemma that you need to make a decision. It is extremely difficult to give a decision because the dilemma is so complicated. You need to overcome your flaw. You need to overcome your adversity with that internal conflict. And you need to find a resolution just in order to resolve the internal conflict, in order to resolve the external conflict. So this is the general idea of how to create an excellent value speech. Probably I hope that I have more time, but I think before I got a bell to interrupt. So let me wrap up my speech. So, and those 3 elements can be used not only for speech building. Maybe in the future, work for the company, you persuade a lot of people, and you could use these 3 elements technique to inspire so many people. So that's probably because those 3 elements are so powerful to persuade other people. So I want you to remember. And I am so impressed because today's, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this, but there is 1 value speech in the top 3, and there are 2 social speeches in the top 3. And you can check that later because all of those social speeches can cover the point that I mentioned, and also the only 1 value speech that are in the top 3 has covered all of the things that I just included, so you may want to check that later, how excellently those 3 elements were included in the value speech. So, that's my judge comment, and finally, I really would like to commend all of the staff members working so hard in the background, Fukuzawa Trophy staff members, and Chief Executive Chairperson and Master Ceremony. Fellow judge members, thank you so much to give me this wonderful opportunity, and I'll talk with you in the reflection. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tamura. Then, we'll give bouquets to distinguished judges. Thank you very much. Once again, thank you for your cooperation. Please go back to your former seats. Ladies and gentlemen, before the announcement of winners, I would like to introduce the prizes of this contest. First, the participant prize is a sweet. The audience prize winner will receive a sweet gift certificate and a trophy from KO English Speaking Society. The third prize winner will receive a catalog gift, the official TOEIC speaking and writing workbook from the Institute for International Business Communication, English conversation book from Shinsei Publishing Company, and trophy from KO English Speaking Society. The second prize winner will receive a catalog gift, the official TOEIC speaking and writing workbook from the Institute for International Business Communication, English conversation book from Shinsei Publishing Company, and a trophy from KO English Speaking Society. Lastly, the first prize winner will receive a pair ticket to Tokyo Disney Resort, room set, the official TOEIC speaking and writing workbook from the Institute for International Business Communication, English conversation book from Shinsei Publishing Company, and an electronic dictionary from Casio, and a trophy from KO English Speaking Society. Ladies and gentlemen, the most exciting moment has come. Now, I'll announce the winners of this contest. Ms. Chie Nakashima, the executive chairperson of the 47th Fukuzawa Trophy, will award the winners. Ms. Nakashima, please come up to the stage. I'd like to announce the winner of the audience prize. The audience prize goes to Ms. Haruka Terada, representing Tsuda University.
Certificate. This is to certify that Ms. Haruka Terada has won the audience prize in the 47th Annual All Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorical Contest for the Fukuzawa Trophy, sponsored by KO English Speaking Society. Congratulations.
a sweet gift certificate from Keio English Speaking Society. The trophy from Keio English Speaking Society. Congratulations, Ms. Terada. I would like to announce the winner of the third prize. The third prize goes to Ms.Lisa Yamamoto, representing Kansei Gakuin University.
Certificate. This is to certify that Ms.Lisa Yamamoto has won the third prize in the 47th Annual All-Star Intercollegiate English Rhetorical Contest for the Fukuzawa Trophy, sponsored by Keio English Speaking Society. Congratulations.
A catalog gift from Keio English Speaking Society. The trophy from Keio English Speaking Society. Congratulations, Ms. Yamamoto. Next, I'd like to announce the winner of the second prize. The second prize goes to Mr.Leo Branch, representing St. Paul's University.
Certificate. This is to certify that Mr.Leo Branch has won the second prize in the 47th Annual All-Japan Intercollegiate English Rhetorical Contest for the Fukuzawa Trophy, sponsored by Keio English Speaking Society. Congratulations.
a catalog gift from Keio English Speaking Society. The trophy from Keio English Speaking Society. Congratulations, Mr. Branch. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to announce the winner of the first prize of this contest. The winner of the 47th Annual All Japan Inter-College English Oratorical Contest for the Fukuzawa Trophy is Ms. Haruka Terada, representing Tsuda University.
Certificate. This is to certify that Ms. Haruka Terada has won the first prize in the 47th Annual All Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorical Contest for the Fukuzawa Trophy, sponsored by Keio English Speaking Society. Congratulations.
Air ticket to Tokyo Disney Resort and Grooming set from Keio English Speaking Society. She will receive the Fukuzawa Trophy from Keio English Speaking Society. Congratulations, Mr. Terada. Thank you, Ms. Nakashima. I'd like to ask the winner of the 47th Fukuzawa Trophy for some comments. Ms. Terada, please.
Thank you very much, the Master of Ceremony, and all the people here today. Honestly, I hadn't expected to receive such a wonderful prize in 2 years in a row, so I'm so glad to stand here again. And as my comments, I would like to talk a little more about my prepared speech. Today, I delivered a speech about the usage of AI, especially in ESS speech community. And as one of the speech lovers, I think this current situation, like this moment, is the very turning point for our world to keep
this value and like heritage, this value to the future or not. So it will be so happy if the not only to the speakers, judges, but also for the ESS members who came to this poll and the members who are watching this YouTube screen to rethink about the usage of AI and discuss about this topic. And like since this topic is so new for us, like even the government hasn't clearly stated about like copyright or something like that about the AI. I honestly thought of giving up writing this speech, but with one person's word, I decided to write this. That is Mr. Shohei Yamamoto sitting over there. He was the executive chairperson of the 46th Fukuzawa Trophy last year. And like when I asked him for brainstorming, he gave me courage and like pushed me to write this piece. So I would like to thank Mr. Yamamoto so much. And yes, again, I think this speech is the goal. This speech is the very starting point for us to discuss about this. And I think we have to spend a lot of time to like think about the value of this room. So again, if the speakers, if my message had conveyed to you and your like thinking changed a little, or if the educator of close-speech interrupters had gained something new from the speech, I would be so happy. And yes, I hope that this wonderful community will continue forever. And again, thank you very much for everyone here to have this wonderful contest. This concludes my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Terada. Congratulations. Now, the winners will return to their former seats. Once again, please give them a big round of applause. Now, Ms. Chie Nakashima, the executive chairperson of the 47th Fukuzawa Trophy, will give us the closing address. Ms. Nakashima, please.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony, Honorable Justice, speakers, audience, and organizers. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure and honor to deliver the closing address As the executive chairperson of the 47th Annual All Japan Intercollegiate English Oratorical Contest for the Fukuzawa Trophy. First of all, I would like to show my deepest gratitude to all of you here, especially to the honorable judges. Thank you very much for taking time out of your busy schedule to come here and help us. We are honored to have you as our judges. Thank you very much. And speakers, thank you very much for taking part in this contest. Since I belong to the debate group, I haven't had much opportunity to watch speech contests, so I was looking forward to listening to your speeches. Your speech gave me new perspectives, and your strong messages touched my heart. Thank you very much for your wonderful speeches. Last year, I participated in the 46th Fukuzawa Trophy as an organizer, and I watched the speech contest for the first time. I will never forget how impressed I was at the time. I admired speakers of expressing their thoughts through their speeches, and I was overwhelmed by the power of speech. At the same time, as an organizer, I was grateful to be involved in such a large-scale contest, and I experienced a sense of accomplishment of creating content together. In February of this year, I decided to run for the executive chairperson of this contest because I came to have a desire to make more people feel excitement I had experienced. To be honest, there were many times it was difficult for me to prepare for this contest. However, I can stand here today thanks to the support of many people, especially committee members and my predecessor. This experience gave me confidence and the chance to develop myself. I'm sure that the 47th Fukuzawa Trophy will become one of my biggest memories in my life. The concept of 47th Fukuzawa Trophy is maple, broadening your perspective. I would be grateful if this contest becomes an opportunity to change your actions and it remains in your heart. Once again, I would like to thank everyone, judges, speakers, audience, and organizers. It is our pleasure to invite you to the 47th Fukuzawa Trophy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nakashima. Now, we will close the contest.
福沢杯出場おめでとう。納得のいくスピーチはできましたか？後輩のキャモン自分のスピーチを両方頑張ってきて、本当に尊敬します。今日、お疲れ様。
福沢杯お疲れ様。大好きな同期のミリンとモアのオープン通過が本当に嬉しかったです。ミリンにとって素敵な思い出の一つになったらいいなと思います。また電話しようね。福沢杯、本当にお疲れ様。ミリンのオープン大会に気持ちは本当に嬉しかったです。この大会がミリンにとってすごく素敵な思い出だと思っています。ですよね。じゃあね。オープン出場おめでとうございます。そしてお疲れ様でした。私の大好きで尊敬するワンちゃんがきっと素敵なスピーチができたと思います。はい、勝って感想を聞かせてね。本当にお疲れ様でした。たくさん休んでね。二人ともお疲れ様でした。
マツさん、お疲れ様です。
村瀬さん、お疲れ様です。
村瀬、お疲れ。さあ、福沢杯出場おめでとう。スピーチ生活あとちょっとだけど頑張れ。頑張れ。
さあ、今日一番お疲れ。
さあ、福沢杯お疲れ様。本当にいろんな全国大会に出てるリサ、本当にいつもすごいなと思ってます。今日はゆっくり休んでください。お疲れ様。
みかちゃん、お疲れ様。ゆっくり休んでね。休んでね。かこちゃん、お疲れ様。福沢杯お疲れ様でした。初めてのオープンはどうでしたか？今日スピーチもお疲れ様。私たちも頑張ります。一緒に頑張ろうね。バイバイ。お疲れ。
山村直のや、
優しくて、
山村直のま、
真面目で、
山村直のむ、
向かい風にも負けない。
山村直のら、
ライセンスを持ってて、
山村直のな、
何でも頑張れる。
山村直のお、
お疲れ様。
お疲れ。
お疲れ様。
テラちゃん、お疲れ様でした。レールのねー、ねー、頑張ってください。お疲れ様でした。レールのねー、テラちゃんが大好きです。レールのねー、ルイを見ないテラのスピーチ、いつも尊敬しています。お疲れ様。
はい。はい。お疲れ様でした。
お疲れ。お疲れ様。
いつも一生懸命練習した姿を見てき スピーチをしますから、本当にかっこよくて、お願いします。
僕は今38度近い熱が出てしまいました。死ぬ前に一言、森春、お疲れ様。森春、歴代だけにネギです。お疲れ様。
お疲れ様のワッフルを用意しました。大好き。
Now, this concludes the 47th annual All Japan Inter-College English Oratorical Contest for the Fukuzawa Trophy. We hope you see you again next year. Thank you very much. 第47回福沢杯争奪全日本学生英語弁論大会を終了いたします。来年第48回大会にて皆様のご来場を心よりお待ち申し上げます。また、本大会 Twitter アカウントおよび YouTube にて共有しておりますコメントシートは本日23時59分まで記入可能です。ぜひご記入ください。スピーカーおよびジャッジの皆様はそのままお待ちください。本日はお越しくださいまして誠にありがとうございました。配信担当は失礼いたしました。なお、これより写真撮影を行います。写真撮影終了後、18時30分よりレセプションを行います。係の者がご案内いたしますので、しばらくお待ちください。